Good morning. All right. What do we got going on here? Boop, 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 boop. That's odd. Okay. Um, 48.90. Gap filling today? Thinking we should a little. That's an excellent question, though. Let's see. Tesla's having a bit of a rough open. Are we going to test? Give me a second. Okay, so there's still a little bit of call interest at 4,900. We could test it. We're I would say that this is the best opportunity to do that if we're gonna. Because remember, we're above GM and VN right now on the weekly. So I would say a test of 4,900 before the PMI data comes out, which is in 10 more minutes, would be reasonable. What's up, Jensen Huang's Bank Soft Goods? I was already under hedge, but I only lost $30 at open. Nice. Some calls should take profits. They're all in the money. They are. Yep, Dixie was getting slammed all night long. Surprisingly, yields not down all that much, but yeah, euro, pound, and yen all way up. The Bank of Japan made some sort of announcement last night, although I couldn't find any news on it. Thoughts on T earnings? They should be fine as long as free cash flow is within the expected range. There could be some news on the EPA thing that would be bearish. Um, but I don't know if they're going to announce that at earnings or if they've even finalized any information about it yet, actually. Did you see Euro bond auctions came in hot? I did, yeah. I know it's super greedy, but I want to kind of sell that. Hmm. QQQ's going down. SPX is going up. There's nothing wrong with this picture, right? Fucking ridiculous. I said it before, I'll say it again. Thank you for BTU. No problem. Imagine if you'd bought SRF. T-missed earnings down 3% on expected EPS. Cool. So cash flow is down. If we start to see yields climb again in any meaningful way, the utility sector will probably go down quite a bit. I think I got Netflix yesterday before earnings. I totally didn't enter a bit more Tesla, forgetting about their earnings today. So you did. Nice. Hopefully they do a doo-doo because your boy can't hedge. Okay. All right, fair enough. Well, I hope you're right. I know they had to shut down production at one of their European factories this last quarter, so that could be bad for their delivery numbers. How to short Dixie? Well, you could trade FX. That's probably the easiest way. I think there's a short dollar ETF. Congratulations. Everyone should benefit from Netflix curing cancer and heart disease on the same day. All from the comfort of your home couch, you know? Just right there in your living room. BOJ raised expected CPI for 2024 to above 2%. Okay. I feel like that's old. That was last night? I thought they made that announcement with the rate decision. Wasn't it like 2.4 to 2.9 or something? WeBull doesn't let me buy SRF. Yeah, you have to use like Fidelity or Schwab. Do you believe that SRF has peaked? No. There's a few things that could happen internationally that would ease uranium prices a bit, but we didn't start. There weren't any new mines planned until like 2 months ago, and they're really trying to push the timeline on those, but it's probably still going to be like another year or two before they're operational. And in the meantime, there's currently not enough uranium produced to meet demand. Excuse me. Can this NVIDIA Mag 7 and SPX fraud last all year? All year seems like a stretch. They raised from the October expectations again? Oh, okay. bull thesis is that JPL will announce a new target for CPI as well. 4% should work. That's probably about right. T is asking me to buy more. I'll probably wait a day for the earnings scare to shake out and then see how it looks. I heard people in Australia are dropping it due to cost of living. It looked like their international subscriber numbers were doing quite well. Am I checking out Beyond Tips? Just wait for it to go back on Reg Show. They're still shorting the fuck out of it. It's got a little bit of a tiny bounce since yesterday, but they're gonna reverse that immediately. Remember, the shorts there have no desire to cover ever at all. The company is a piece of shit. And the shorts, like the bears, are right. There's just too many of them. Overcrowded trade. Lightning McQueen caught trying to meet up with 13-year-old Toyota. No cap news. What's up, Dork? Hmm. Okay, I think the smart thing to do here is close the put. Yeah, the short put returns are great at close. 550, buy it back. No, stop falling off a cliff. Hot PMI? All right, so now the crowd position should be at break even at any price below spot. Right? Yeah. Any price below 290. So something fun thing that you can do with ratio spreads, just FYI. Ugh, that's ugly. Hold on. That's the meatball color. So we talked about ratio spreads the other day. You know, their break evens usually here, right, upon expiration. And then, you know, there's minimal loss on this side. So this, sometimes you can establish these at a net credit like that. Although a little more rare and usually requires you selling the put far deeper in the money. But if the price of the underlying moves up in the early part of the back spread, when the profit curve is more like this, that's a bad way of, hold on, when the profit curve looks more like this, and your break even is a little closer to this to spot, is you can close the short put that's profitable as long as that short put has lost in excess of one of the puts down here, right? So say I'll just use the CrowdStrike one I had as an example. Your total put cost is 1018. The short put over here is down 1018. This moves your break even and your profit curve, changes your profit curve to something like this. And it moves your break even up. Because you've essentially gotten one of your two puts for free now. So, fun thing. I think I actually, you know what? I might be able to just show you an option strat. Maybe that'll make more sense. All right, so this was the profit curve, and this is the profit curve today, right? Break evens at 278 on CrowdStrike. I'm down 30% up here on the upside, but if I close this, say it moves my break even up to 292. From 279, because I've realized like $1,000 of the total profits. There's still an unrealized loss, but I have these puts until Feb 16. But as time goes on, your break even will still continue to drop because you have puts, right? So it kind of snaps the break even closer to the money. And this can help if it, you know, exceeds your like upside, like your upside risk level. But you expect it to then reverse at a higher point. Or, you know, vice versa if it's a call side position. PMI was screaming hot. That's that's a little bit inflationary. um that might actually shake some bulls out. Scared people on Tesla a bit. That's for sure. Hmm. Curious. New York is banning the sale of weight loss and muscle building supplements to minors. No more pre-workout for the TikTokers. Ain't no bulls shaking out. They buy in the dip. That's fine. As long as they go synthetic long. I don't necessarily think it was red hot or anything, but it definitely shows the Fed that cutting rates runs a real risk of inflation. Unless they're about to cut 200 bips and crash the market. I mean, it's pretty hot on the manufacturing side. That was a decent move. Service is not that big of a change, right? AMD up 75% in 3 months. When will it come back to reality? Who knows? Maybe their earnings. I will say that the AMD tends to be a lot more transparent about their earnings and less hype driven than Nvidia. So I would imagine that it would be hard. Like Nvidia like feeds off of that, right? And like, you know, Jensen will just say a bunch of meaningless shit and AI a bunch of times, right? And, you know, stock price go up. I don't think Lisa Su will do that. She hasn't in the past, during other periods of hype. Generally they're pretty forthright about their expectations and their like business cycle and production limits. So I think AMD's earnings report might not foster that hype environment. I'm not gonna fucking bet on it, but puts on youth strong kid competitions. Who? I don't think there are that many miners in New York, but I don't know the mineral content of upstate very well. I think back in the day there used to be a lot of mines, coal and steel, Catskills or something. How are they going to get the strength to break through all those rocks? This is an absolute disgrace. My nephew just qualified for the Little Olympia tournament last week. Oh, Jesus. I don't think it's going to be very easy to hold the price up here all day. We're above Gamma Max and we're above Vega neutral. AMD PE 1330 shorting for March. I don't know. Would shorting Nvidia have been a good idea? It seems like the market wants to value them more equivalently. Siri downgraded, price went up. Eventually, when you have enough downgrades, no one cares anymore. So PCE has been rapidly decreasing month over month. You don't want to leave rates tight if there's no reason to. Why not forecast at least 1 or 2 end of year rate cuts? I mean, they have, but the market's priced in 6. What about Intel? Still too far behind on GPU tech. Trying to catch up, but they're very far behind. Lisa Sue's the worst type man. Yeah. But that's a good thing, right? Nvidia's blowing out the sold 600s. That'll move up to the next level then. Nvidia up 2.2%, Meta up 1.7%. Will hold the markets up. Tesla down. Apple down. They might not. Microsoft's up a decent amount. Nvidia retraced all of the drop from yesterday. Or was it the day before? The day before, sorry. Jesus Christ. It's still so far above Gamma Max. That's just buying in the underlying, right? Like ETFs and people buying it. Fubo's up a little bit. Neo Beyond, not much, but a little. You know what's underperformed on this bounce? Snap. Like on the November run, it was just fucking killing it. And now it hasn't been doing shit. What's going on with Upstart? Went for the gold and failed. That's interesting. QQQ, Affirm, Fixie. Fixie's up a little bit. TLT's up. Oh. Let me take a look at CrowdStrike. Because now I need that to go below 290. What the fuck is this? CrowdStrike double top. I wonder what happens if I add another put. No, not that put, that put. Ooh, I like that. Nice. Oh my god, the Bears are winning this 5-minute candle. That hasn't happened in 15 years. Well, the more synthetic longs you buy here, the more puts you sell the MM, the longer puts the MM goes. Think of it this way: the Bears are selling, or the Bulls are selling the Bears long puts. Yeah, no, I know. There's no bears. There's no actual bears. The Bulls have just sold so many puts that they're driving the MM bearish. Which is still one of my favorite market mechanics ever. And people say it's the market isn't self-governing. Look, if I don't understand the Greeks, there's no way the market makers do. How low do you think it will go? We could fall all the way back to Vega neutral, but at least back below Gamma Max, right? Which is like 48.78. Morning, Dwayne. Close the gap on it. It's a big gap. I would say there's probably stability here at Gamma Max. If we fall below Gamma Max, maybe we could keep dropping. That'd be kind of crazy, but it's not impossible. Jesus Christ, I need to close this fucking memory leak. It's gonna blow up my computer. Woo, Dork, we got trading view up to 20 gigs, man. 20 gigs of RAM. The new squiggles took it over the top. It's okay. It's only using 60% of my CPU. I have so many different layouts. And you can't just like right click and save as a new layout. You have to like copy the fucking chart, open it as a new layout, and then save it. It's the worst. Just download more RAM. Real question, not really. How's your espresso maker coffee grinder calibration doing? I mean, it's perfect. I've been on the same coffee bean, like the same roast for like a few months now, so I don't really have to fuck with anything. How do you think oil shorting factors into the pumper strategy? I mean, it's kind of like the US is the one shorting oil because they're ramping up production, right? But that can't last. The fucking cost of like oil to Rotterdam from the Middle East to Rotterdam has increased like 300%. No one's talking about it, but there's like $100 billion in costs every day that the Suez Canal remains closed to shipping traffic, right? That's all going to be realized in inflation, like an inflationary pressure. You spent several hours fighting this shit. 1 hour of work and it's done. You know what, Dork? Fine. I'll break out my dry erase marker and I'll start writing down what all my charts have on them. We'll help get rid of that gluck, gluck, gluck sound your computer starts making whenever you run TradingView. I thought I would just like buy 128 gigs more RAM. Can we just spin up my TradingView in the cloud so we don't have these limitations? No. How much RAM do you have now? 64. Amazon AWS. It's a bad idea though. You're telling me the constant usage of 20 gigs of RAM in the cloud is not going to be cheap? Kirk works so hard to be lazy. They'll steal your ideas if you put it on the cloud. No, they won't. Just get an H100. I don't think TradingView is programmed for that. Huh. Bond volatility is starting to pick up again. Skews just rocketing. You know what's interesting on this whole last leg of the pump since last week? Actually, you know what? Since the beginning of this year, most of the S&P has slid under its 20-day moving average. Like 50% of the S&P is under its 20-day moving average. Well, steal your ideas right from your hard drive. Big Brother's trying to steal my YOLOs. Are you aware that TradingView steals your custom indicators and sells it through third parties like Lux Algo? No. But it only does that with published ones. Like successful published ones. And I think that has to do with like their terms of service for when you like charge for premium indicators. There were cases of many people where the exact code was being sold by them. That's a huge it's I mean, it's it would be a violation if their terms of service for published indicators were different, but somebody could probably still sue them. Hedge on Netflix put I made 2,500 on the call. Close out the whole position at a 500 gain. Woo, crazy pumpies. I just closed the Netflix position. Although, yeah, I would have made more money if I'd hedged it. You got any of them straight up puts? Not many. I mean, Vegas shit, but nothing like at the money. They can't steal your indicators if they're just squiggles with no labels. Our 2S for making private indicators is that they're not shared. Yeah, I thought that was the caveat because I remember reading like a Reddit thread where they'd gotten in an argument with somebody um about like an indicator that had popped up somewhere else, and it was and they were like, well, you know, if it's a premium indicator, we can do whatever we want with the code. What's up, RC's newest neighbor, newest bag holder? Top isn't Revlon. It's just not doing anything really. I wonder how much it is to hedge the upside on Tesla today. What's my total premium on this? I can close this. Uh, 12, 5. $17. Wait, that's wrong. What about that? 15. Hmm. That's pretty good. This 22.5 is better. All right, 1 second. Looks like a bunch of call buying at 4,900. Call positioning is pretty defensive, down to 4,880. 4,900 call buying is not for today's expiration. So they're actually buying a little bit of delta for Friday. Quite a lot of delta for this Friday, actually. 13.5% of the total gamma on the chain is expiring today. Did I get my hedge? Okay, perfect. Beyond bar rate going up, nothing left, still down. I need to look at their prime rate. But that's interesting. Do I hold those into Friday? I guess I don't really give a shit. Upstart looks dumpy. QQQ, stupid rally. Move core, skew, VIX. Okay. SPX should start losing some of its momentum here. Hmm. If we break through 4,900, how much exuberant call buying do you think we'll get? I don't know. Probably not a lot. I'm not sure it would matter. If an indicator is actually worthwhile and gives good info, do you really think it would be published to the masses? That's exactly the kind of stupid shit that I would expect from TradingView, actually. That's on Tesla today. I think Elon's gonna pull a rabbit out of the hat. I don't know. I hedged off my puts. So if he does, I'll be okay. How can Gamma Max act as support? Well, it did. I mean, so it's only half the chain. Remember that on SPX. There's still the monthly chain. So it's not really Gamma Max. It's just kind of where the effective delta starts to fall off, or like the effective gamma starts to fall off on shorter dated options, but not. Yeah, it's baby max. That's I should call it that. I mean, most of the problem with being up in this range is that shorting Vega pushes the long puts, right? And buying shorter dated calls has less effect on price realization. Right? So if you're buying like out of the money zero DTEs right now on the call side, it has very little impact on price improvement. And just like that, Baby Max was born. It was. There's also the fact that long duration is railing equities right now. Ooh, interesting. I didn't expect to see the 20 and 30 moving back up today. Bring on those inflation expectations. But there's other things that can affect SPX pricing, like futures buying, right? And futures is, deliverable as a basket of all of the stocks in the S&P. So it's similar to seeing like buying in the underlying, which would be, delta heavy. Immaculate hedging created Baby Max. So yields duration up, mag 7 up. I mean, it shouldn't work that way. I'm not. I hate that song. Your face on the train for the stream card is frightening. No, it's not. It's beautiful. I'm finally going to be part of the magical item island of Sodor, which is one of my lifelong dreams. So basically waiting till auctions. Yeah, we have some auctions today. The floating rate note auction might be interesting, but the 5 year will definitely be important. It's a pretty big 5 year auction. My daughter was absolutely thrilled with the stream card and thought it looked just like you. Awesome. Did Cardi VWAP have Baby Max? No. Oh god, we're playing QQQ pits again. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, I double down. Fool me thrice, and I learn nothing. Yeah. Bye bye now. Have a good day. Later, MDub. Is this the storm? Which storm? Nvidia up 3.4% now. Why? Oh god, why? Squeezing out the 600 sold calls. Boop. Hmm. That's interesting. What's NQ doing? Dork, looky. SQQQ RQ win. They're gonna need to reverse split that soon. No, this isn't green. It's gray. It's a gray shirt. Spike on oil. Ooh, yeah. Oil back over 75 again. No, I still have some money in the cash account. It's not completely blown up. I think I have like 2,300 left. But I blew up about 1,500 bucks yesterday. The risk manager took the day off. I don't think there was anything wrong with buying the puts I bought. They were so cheap. I was up to like 4,000 last week. But I blew up about half of it. Do you think we retest Gamma Max again today? Yeah, we could. Can't believe TradingView is gonna steal my cool squiggle. It's bullshit. Can I please buy puts now? I mean, if that's what makes you happy. They already stole it, and they're using it to rocket QQQ. That's because it's live, dork. Look, it's like a little worm. It's like a little worm. You sound like my wife. Bonds would like a word. Oh, about being green? Dixie's back above 103 again. Any indication that puts are being sold? They're not being sold very heavily. I think the Bulls have learned some of their lesson on that. Although it really only takes one moron coming in and going synthetic long to fuck it all up. Actually, puts are being bought pretty heavily right now. Yeah, the in the money calls are starting to fall off quite a lot. Still a decent amount of interest here at 90, a lot at 4,900, but the 85, 80, 75, 70 calls have all dropped off quite a bit. Some 80 puts picking up. There's some put buyers. Can you say a little bit more about the options chain on QQQ? I saw JFresh going off about how it's completely fucked. Um, they've sold so many puts that they've fucked the parity and created arbitrage opportunity. Or at least it looks like that. I think there's still a possibility that our data isn't correct, although I think it might be. Because I'd initially thought that the special dividend had split the chain, and it hasn't. It's still just one chain. I'm starting to think this is a bubble, Gherk. Yeah, yeah. The similarities between this and like November till now and like the COVID run up are striking. Can this fall at any time? Yeah, if anybody comes in and sells a bunch of puts, it could collapse the support. You're gonna average down your bear spreads you opened. If we move a little higher, probably. You said there were similarities between now and COVID last spring, too. Yeah. You're talking about before we rocketed down 13 BPS in March? You know the market should have crashed there, right? Okay. Ad after ad after ad. Calls on Google earnings. They shouldn't be that frequent. Ooh. We're gonna tap it. See, now this is where I want to average down my sold calls. Alright, there's some put selling, finally. Let's see what effect that has. It's not a lot of it, but it's like 75 million delta. Or 7.5 million delta, sorry. I'm so bullish on Tesla spreads. What do you mean? I don't think I'm overly bullish on Tesla spreads. I just bought a spread to hedge the upside of earnings. Which probably means earnings will be flat and my IV will get crushed. Let's go to the downfall of our beautiful market. COVID too. Almost everyone in my office has it, but they're all working through it. Ugh. Gross. Can't they fucking work from home? I hate people who come to work sick. Anything that will act like resistance up here. 4,900. Agreed. You're not a superhero for coming in sick. You're actually inconsiderate. Yeah. Resistance. LOL. QQQ all-time high. Yeah. It's higher than that. Well, NQ is higher, I think. Like way higher. Yeah, NQ is like 100 BPS over its all-time high. Okay, they're selling a lot of puts now. Which is pushing vol up. Yeah, so we went from like 7.5 million in sold puts, and now we're at 20 million delta. Some idiot bulls coming in and selling puts on the breakout. Let's fall to 49.80. Yeah, that's the plan. Or 48.80. 5K end of day? No, that's ridiculous. This market is pure silly goose energy. Yep. Soft landing. It's been a hard takeoff. It's like that fucking airplane just flew to a different airport. There's been no landing at all. Are there a lot of sold calls up here? I see VIX up, SPX up. No. Not particularly. There's not a lot of anything up here. There's a lot of long calls at 4,900. I don't think there's very many sold calls. There might be a few, but I think this is because they're selling the fuck out of puts, and the MM's just going long those puts and hedging up volatility. Did you see my Tesla message about how I could hedge? No, no. I mean, yeah, no, I didn't. Will you tell future generations of the time SPX was below 5K and how scary it was? Can the 5-year auction break something today? If it has a tail, yeah. Can we finish red today? Ah, that'd be kind of fucking nuts. I would say we could close under Gamma Max, which would not be red on the day, but would be significantly further down than where we're at right now. I'm gonna hedge my Delta put with a Vega put. That's not hedging, Carl. Can we finish red? Real talk, Gorg. What's up, Popcorn? We may not go down this quarter. We may not go down this month. People are getting pretty bearish on the Feb 16 expiry. Although that could also just be hedging for FOMC. It's definitely too early to tell, but Gamma Max on like the monthly is just rocketing away from spot still. Thoughts on T earnings? Seems like they missed on EPS. I haven't really looked at anything else on it. If it falls below 15, I'll buy more of it. Someone's pissing ASIC 2 peeners in the Discord. Tag a moderator. How many times has SPX been over Gamma Max? Baby Max? A few times. Like 3 since we started tracking it. Like index, like the Grandma Max? Never. I can't afford a bull call spread in my margin account. Would a 3 DTE 225 230C be a good hedge? Or should I pull back my additional spread and buy a bull call spread to hedge? Probably better to have less exposure to the vol crush. I mean, you can buy the call, right? But if it doesn't run, the call's gonna be worthless tomorrow. Those puts on Feb 16 are mine. I wouldn't take them too seriously. Well, it's okay. Thankfully, some dipshit bull sold a bunch of vol, so we're gonna go back down again. We need a 5K play so I could build a new computer. I mean, if you just bought 20 SPX contracts there at the top when I said some bull just sold 20 million in short put delta, you'd already have 3 new computers. On your SPX charts, what's the significance of the orange curve? Which one? Oh, in the middle? That's like which side of the that's like the skewness of the market maker's expected move. I'm getting mixed signals here. You said I shouldn't trade with 2 months salary. Now you're saying trade with 4 months salary. I don't know, man. 20 contracts with a 10% loss is still, or 10% set loss is still just 10% of the cost of 20 contracts, right? No, the put delta was 20 million. That's way more than $20 million. Not 20 million notional. 20 million delta. Mr. Kenneth Griffin, blow off that top. What a stupid fucking market. I know TLT's going down. The fucking 10 years almost back above 4.15. All this fair value assets at risk. Fair value assets at risk is so hot right now. Ooh. Dork. It's doing stuff. Nice. How far can this fall? Is that it? No. It could go further. It may find some support in here somewhere, like 85. 90? I guess 90 could be a little bit of support. Actually, 85 is kind of trimmed down. This looks bearish as fuck right now. Somebody's selling shitloads of calls and buying puts. Computationally, Dork, that fucking thing is a beast. Like all the other indicators I have open only use half of the RAM that that one indicator uses. Gherkin, I was joking about China selling treasuries earlier. I didn't mean it. Too late. Doesn't buying puts support the market up here? A little bit. No, it helps provide the MM liquidity. So theoretically, the MM should, because the MM is being pushed long puts, they should be offering discounts on those puts in order to incentivize other people to buy them. Because they don't want to buy them, right? I bought TLT puts at open. Nice. What about your 3x leverage TLT? TMV or whatever the fuck it is? I'm all in on baby bulls. Okay. I heard you mention fiber supplements a while ago. I'm thinking of adding that into my diet. Can you recommend a brand and method of use? Please and thanks. Um, hmm. There's Beneful or it depends. Like you have to try a few. Is it called Beneful? Benefiber. Benefiber's one, or you could try something like Metamucil that's like psyllium husk. Spun flax inserted rectally. I mean, you could just use like chia. I got signed on it with a CC. Then I used that to sell MOSX puts. MSOX puts. Ugh, gross. This is your captain speaking. We've reached new cruising altitude of 4,900. I ask everyone to remain seated with their seatbelt fastened as we crush VIX to 8. You know, VIX is going up, right? So for psyllium husk is great, but only for like a little while. Port down 2.3%, puts down 65%. You can't explain that. Your put position's a very small amount of your total portfolio. Look at my MSOX 20 to 30% monthly yield. No, I will not look at their holdings balance sheet. That's not what I'm doing. Mad lad. You know, I don't care what the yield is, popcorn trader. The idea of having those shares in my account is so abhorrent to me that I would never sell any type of secured put on it ever. No, not VIX. It's not me, bozo. What isn't? Oh. Whoops. The calls yield 20 to 30% too on covered calls. Gross. That's because the market maker is tired of getting fucked on it. I can't wait for it to be federally legal and then MSOX dumps. Well, Altria and Monsanto, MOASS. I don't think that'll be how it goes down, right? It'll probably be like MSOX, MOASS's, Altria, Monsanto do nothing. Well, Bayer now, right? Do nothing. And then like 6 months later, Altria's up 200% and no one knows why. Then 6 months after that, you've got packs of weed cigarettes and 7-Eleven. And your local dispensary is going out of business. There's an argument that there'll always be a market for bespoke product, though. That's where Bayer comes in. Because they don't buy all the strains. Do you think we've hit a high for today? Or more up in store? We could retest the high, I think. Just given our proximity and the sheer number of calls at 4,900, I would say that retesting the high is possible, but I don't think this consolidation is bullish. So like over the next, I don't know, hour or so, we'll probably slip this level a little bit more. But right now we could still see a retest of 4,900. If we don't, that's actually pretty bearish. We might get a collapse fairly similar to the one that we got like midday yesterday. Well, I guess early midday yesterday. A fuck ton of TQQQ 57 puts came in. Interesting. Bullish Gherk beat bearish Gherk and Pi-Fi's weak predictions. Yeah. This isn't Gherk. This is Grak. Is the week over? Oh god, is that what they call the Twitter AI? I need another name for evil bullish Gherk. At least bearish Gherk bought some fucking credit spreads to hedge bullish Gherk's prediction. Whew. Unfortunately, I really kind of need us to stay here until Friday for those to maximize their value. If I can hate the Twitter so grog from Heinlein, yeah. Gherk B, Gherk A. I took no time to do any research and bought a derivative that you mentioned in passing on a leveraged ETF. It's doing well, thanks you. Oh, you piece of shit. Why? Oh fuck, I bought QQQ puts, didn't I? I did. They're still worthless. What can we pull back to here? $48.90. Hmm. Bulls are buying hard as fuck. I'm really trying to keep this from falling off. But they're just buying the 4,900? That seems like a mistake. I guess BTU is gonna make me a billionaire. Well, I mean, people are getting a little bit more hopeful on China, right? So we should start to see commodities price up a bit. Could you close the bot calls and open more bot calls at a higher strike to convert them from debit to credit? Or does converting that to a bearish position negate the hedge, so not worth it? Like on a credit spread, you could sell the so you could sell more of like the sold call and then buy the out of the money call. But and near the money call. Like if you take mine, if you could sell like more of the 48.90 and buy like 48.80. For your bull debits on SPX? Oh, those things are fucking dead. But yeah, I mean, I guess you could buy back the sold put and then sell. Yeah, you could convert it to a. It probably wouldn't be worth it though. These are credit spreads. I don't have bull debits. I have bear debits. I don't have bull debits. These are 90-95 credit spreads. Are you ready for AMD earnings to crush it? And then JPass speaks the next day and rugs the market. These are my hopes and dreams. Is there another way to trade? Yeah. Is the GME saga officially over? It still runs once in a while, but not right now. I was trying to ask about the SPX upside hedge. So yeah, I mean, you could box them, or yeah. So if I wanted to, I could box them and like lock in the profitability now. I would negate a little bit of the long term profitability. Like well, I would negate the total return or reduce the total return. But yeah, you can do that. Not not ideal. Yeah, Bulls really haven't stopped buying here yet. I don't, like momentum's working against them, but they've definitely not given up. Maybe the next 10, 15 minutes we see a little bit more downside pressure. What a weird blow off. Yeah, I know, Dork. Ooh. Wait, is that on the 1 hour? 1 minute. Oh, interesting. You know what? You know what's super weird, man? Is this? Mr. Diamond, close that gap. It's not like they're reaching for the stars. It's like fucking $2 away. I wasn't talking about that gap. Oh. Dork, when's the out of the money call buying gonna stop? Oh, it's slowing down a little. So average down my put or not? I don't know. Just remember, downtrends tend to break up. The pickle jar would be rich by now if they bought calls 20% more of the time. Probably, yeah. I mean, like a put at the top there was really good. I don't think this is a great put entry, but the the prior one was, like back here. I didn't change any Discord settings. You should be able to hear me there. Might be something on your side. Make sure your output device is set correctly. PayPal GM. Yeah, I do. GM is 69.28, GN is 54, DN is 57.50. I thought out of the money calls should not have that much of an effect on price. They're not, if you've noticed. They've been buying out of the money calls the whole time, and the price has been going down. You guys are trying to get rich. 3 words: generational tax write-offs. What's the sell pressure that you mentioned happening? Like 5-10 more minutes, looks like. Pretty close. So this jump up here is probably more of a stop loss hunt than anything else. Notice the gap. I guess technically that predicts the gap. Huh. Are there any more calls to blow out on NVIDIA? If it breaks 25, there's a few more there. If it doesn't, they'll start building up there. People are pretty basic. Like when you approach a resistance like that, like 90% of people selling calls will sell them just at like 600. And then like 10% of people will sell them at like 625, right? Now when these guys got blown up, these guys did great. But you always see that. A lot of the times when I see like sold call positioning building up like that, I like to just go outside all of it. So they're building up at the money and like 625. I would sell like the 630. Soul pressure done? No, it hasn't started yet. I said like 5 to 10 minutes. So if this is gonna start reversing, it should start pretty soon. Ah. What are you buying calls on SMCI? I'd rather buy puts on it. The stock's up like 75% this year. Yes, is doing that weird high volume chop thing again. About 5 to 10 minutes. It doesn't necessarily. It's not 5 to 10 minutes to like it just goes straight down, right? It's 5 to 10 minutes till the momentum reverses back down. That can be rapid, but it doesn't have to be. It can be slow too. It just depends on how much pressure there is. That's the drawback of it as a mechanism, is that when positions start to slip, somebody can always come in and support them, right? So while it's very reliable, as you can see, it's not a guarantee. Yeah, we have the FRN auction right now. Do you see a gap fill possible on QQQ today? There's no gap on QQQ. Like, that's filled already in the pre-market. You're looking at fucking ETFs without extended hours. You know ETFs do all their settlement during extended hours, right? Oh, NQ? Where's the NQ gap? Did it open higher? $17,558. 17,531. 17,554. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, that could potentially fill. It's not a huge gap, but yeah, it could. QQQ to 69, 69, 90. Get your calls now. They even sell them that high? Maybe on the leaps. Does anybody know how long it takes to get options approval with Vanguard? Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't even know how to. That sounds terrible. You may want to consider a different brokerage. Use Vanguard for options. How do I get in touch with the SPX devs? I think they need to nerf green candles. It seemed kind of imbalanced over the last 13 months. I mean, this is the new meta, man. You just got to go with the flow. Couple of years with Vanguard for options approval. Yeah, after you mail them your notarized birth certificate, and your bank account statements from the last 12 years, then they might schedule a meeting with you at some point. Kem jumps out of the bushes. What did you say about Flo? It's in the room with us, Popcorn. Or Poopy. I keep getting you and Popcorn mixed up today. It's because of the peas. Do not use Vanguard for options. $1 contract to open or close. No support for options management in the mobile app. That's really bad. All right, Mr. Dork, it looks like you spent $8,500 on anime waifu NFTs. Is that correct? No comment. Kem has been very quiet. Yeah. Of course there's no tail on the fucking 11 o'clock auctions. It's a 2-year FRN. Actually, the interesting thing about the FRN would be if it had higher demand. Which it probably didn't, but I'll look. There's no information. Huh. What are the FRN coming at? 2.45? Hey, Atomic, if you're not busy, can you pull up the FRN auction? I don't know how you find that thing. It's not a big deal. I'm just curious. Two-year FRN. I haven't been on Twitter in like 2 days. TLT is saying there's definitely demand. Yeah, I see the top end of the curve moving. Is it normal for Hang Seng to be doing like 30%? Well, SPX is up like 20%. Be down 30% while SPX is up 20%. Dude, it's the world's second largest economy. Who cares about it? I'm bouncing. I'm ruined. So impatient. It's wild to see fixed income moving like this, and equity is just ignoring it completely. I mean, it's wild that Vol's just ignoring it completely, right? But VIX futures are, they were kind of up a little bit. No, that's not all the down momentum. It's just shifting. You gotta fucking, it takes time. Jesus Christ. I said it can take a while. Like, it can happen all at once, right? It can happen, like, and you guys have seen that, where it'll, like, happen, like, the moment momentum shifts, it'll just tank. But it doesn't always do that. Like, if positioning is really strong, it can take, like, a while to bleed off, right? It can find support, bleed off more, find more support, bleed off a little bit more. Like, I'm not telling you anything about the strength of the momentum shift. I'm just telling you that the momentum is shifting. The strength of the shift is a totally different matter. I was promised instant down candle. I know what you want. Oh, thank you, Atomic. I appreciate that, dude. 33.09% allotted at the high. Low was 1.90. Median 2.36. Yeah, the FRN's actually interesting. No shift and we drift higher. Well, then momentum would shift back, which can also happen. Yeah, I mean, if the momentum starts to collapse and you get a lot of buyers to come in and support that, then you could get a reversal in momentum. Although that's a little bit more rare, and it's generally something we only see like at the end of the day when options are really cheap. Tesla head and shoulders, a little bit, yeah. Hmm. I will say that the call buying has not stopped. Hmm. Yeah, what's interesting about the FRN is they tendered 101 billion and only 27 or 28 was accepted. The call buyers have not stopped. Not even a little bit. Which is fucking annoying. Ooh, there's some put selling. Selling puts has the opposite effect. Dork. Selling puts increases vol. Do you have Fubo CCs out right now at $3? It's gonna do that all the way down to 60. Hmm. That's fucking nutty. Under 48.50. Beth, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you added to the country club. After the stream, I'll message you back. Welcome aboard. Chant with me, momentum, momentum, momentum. You need to relax. They're actually in Australia buying puts. Don't say 48.50 unless you mean it. Well, 48.50 is the point at which selling puts would no longer push the MM long puts. At this point, isn't the MM long puts on the... What does it say? On most strikes. Yeah. Did you look at Intel cup and handle? I think I've seen pictures of it previously. On like Twitter or something. It's a very long time frame for it to be a cup and handle, though. Greg, something weird's going on. When I click to find my milestone chat, it says renew membership. What mean? It's trying to make sure that you've applied for a credit card before it's too late. Fucking bastard. I can't relax. I have two 4890p in a dream. A dream that puts and shares can go to school together and not be judged by their price, but their ability to make me money. Jesus Christ. Billionaire now, pay later. That's not a thing. Someone took my Mutatoya calipers at work. Puts on tech. I know cup and handles are supposed to be over a long period of time, but it's not really a cup. It's a really bad one. I mean, go look at it. Go look at it on the weekly. Every time I hear cup and handle, my brain knee jerks back with I'll cup your handle. And I'm forever stuck with this awful, nonsensical clapback. Well, at least you've gotten it off your chest now. Does it feel better to say it out loud? I have the builders of the put selling machine lost control. Has it locked itself in the put room, locked out account access to humans, and just keeps wailing sell vol in an electronica voice? No, I think there's definitely a group of participants that are trying very hard not to sell any vol. And then there's some fucking idiots that come in and sell it and fuck everyone else over. They're gonna pump it before the auction like yesterday, aren't they? We'll probably try, yeah. Any decent CSPs out there at these levels? Commodities? I mean, CSPs should be fairly safe with indexes trending up. I mean, as long as they keep trending up. I got the Pi-Fi CC last month. Nothing better than free Dillionaire extra calf picks and 5 get out of timeout free coupons. Only $69.99 a month. Get out of timeout free coupons sounds like the best idea ever. This auction's looking like it will have a tail. The 5-year? It could, yeah. Is bearish momentum in the room with us? No, it's pretty much gone. We did drop like $5. Well, $4. There's no slowdown in the call buying at all. The only thing fucking things up is put selling, which I said they haven't stopped buying calls. I also have a dream. 10-year yield, 6%, burn it all down. JPA's gonna make Burns look like the Nobel laureate Bernanke. Oh, Jesus. In other news, sky is blue. CSP is good if the market is up. This is the DD I'm here for. I mean, you probably want to look for things that are defensive if indexes don't continue up. So I didn't see anything wrong with your take on commodities. They seem to have a bit of tailwinds right now, right? And if inflation picks back up due to supply chain issues relating to the Suez Canal, then commodities will pick up even more. But it's a question of if you want to sell CSPs to obtain shares of something or you want to sell CSPs for income. I was a freshman in high school. I was in homeroom class, and the female hard-nosed teacher told us all to take a seat for attendance. When she did, I said a little too loudly, "I'll take a seat on your face." Nice. Suspension? Edgy. I like it. No problem, Ryan. Is the Fed meeting today? No. Next week? Auction's at 1. 11. They're always at 11:30 and 1 o'clock. If being a bull is as simple as buy more calls, how come I'm not rich? I don't know. Are we gonna see below 90 again? Not yet. Retest the high here. No one's selling any puts right now. There's a little bit of call buying. Yeah, a little bit of call buying. I don't know what VIX is doing. VIX is doing weird shit. They haven't completely reversed the like negative momentum, but it's close. I feel like as long as they keep buying calls, they should be able to, and like we get a retest at the high. Yields are really pushing up though. NQ's up 121 BPS. Gold's down. Gold's down, dollars down? What the fuck? VIX is up. 3-month VIX and VIX futures are flat. Hmm. I wish NDX was traded more. I failed for 3 painful years trying to be a bull. I started doing bear stuff late last year. So far, it's been good. Okay. Being bearish tends to be very timing dependent. Have you experienced times like this where standard correlations are broken? How long can correlations diverge before mean reverting? I mean, depends which correlation. Some longer than others. Like dollar yields isn't one that's gonna last for a long time. If dollar's rocketing, eventually yields are gonna start pushing up. Like usually pretty quickly. Right? Yields pushing up and putting pressure on volatility is something that's like a little bit slower, but also fairly quick. You have things like VIX going down and SPX going up, and those can go on for for like a year or more, right? So it really depends on the correlation, the arbitrage opportunities. Only crackheads trade NDX. I know, but like, I don't know why they don't make it a little bit better, right? Like you'd think that CBOE would be incentivized to make a more tradable Nasdaq product. So prints were a little hot, and we're seeing kind of the effect of that on yields as it's raising inflation expectations. Will you tell us if someone sells puts here? Yeah, if I see something. I feel like no small part of this is just driven by QQQ and tech. Because RSP looks like dog shit today. It's up like 21 BPS. I'm kind of dropping. So not a lot of support there. Not a lot of support from R2K. R2K is falling off too. Dow isn't doing that great. It's like up like 34 BPS. It's performing a little bit better than like small caps and equal weight, but not much better. And so it's all just like QQQ. And that's a relationship that's kind of hard to measure because between SPX and NAS, like the N100, because there isn't really a SPX equivalent for NASDAQ, right? I mean, there is, but it's not very heavily traded. Ah, callback still hasn't stopped. Someone sold some puts though. Not even that many. Like 5 million. 5 million delta. Could we close below 48.80? I'm surprised we haven't dropped lower. There's very little call side support here. And VIX is just ramping up like crazy. Like, look at that. Like, what the fuck is going on? So something we're seeing on QQQ, which I guess is really interesting, and me and JFresh have been talking about this for a couple of days now, is I can't show you guys the chart, but I can kind of explain it. As we moved out of 2021, um vol exposure on the dealers on QQQ um started to fall off, right? And let's say this is like the zero line, and anything below this is negative exposure, right? And all through 2022, with some a brief period of going positive here, we saw dealer dealer volatility. Like, there weren't a lot of put sellers, right? Because the market was so volatile to the downside, so everyone was really afraid of selling puts. All the way up until like October is kind of where that peaked, and then after October, we start seeing more and more call put selling with some spikes, for like the bank failures and stuff. Um, and for the remainder of the year, that stayed like around 700 negative 700 million to like 1.3 billion um in total exposure. And then in November, kind of not intuitively, as the market went up and QQQ started rocketing, we started seeing exposure fall off. And then on this most recent rally, after the leap expiration, it just fucking shot up. Like, it went down to like negative 300 million. And then yesterday it reversed a bit. Like, well, the last 2 days it reversed a bit to like 540. But it's getting like really close to that zero line again. And then, while this isn't like necessarily immediately bearish, it really changes the put call parity. Um, and it kind of incentivizes going long puts. Laggy. Yeah. And so this is kind of something that's going on right now that's really interesting. I don't think we have enough historical data to be certain of the effect yet, but it's definitely a big like regime change. Um and remember that that Jan expiration is very impactful on ETFs as well. And so if we're seeing short vol get pulled back on QQQ, and there's fewer and fewer put sellers, um, that generally implies that there's going to be demand for long vol. Because I mean, the market maker's exposure to volatility is moving positive now. The thing about that spike, and it's spiking on rising prices, right? Like, so it's moving less negative on rising prices, is it's not just short vol pulling back, probably, right? Like, even though that's what the chart would imply, it's probably that volatility is being sold so heavily that it's driving the market maker exposure positive. And the few times that we've seen market maker exposure on like QQQ for volatility move positive, the market's basically like almost crashed, right? Like June of 2022, October of 2022, that like flash crash in December of 2022. Those were like the few moments we saw that vol exposure actually move positive. And so they're basically pumping and so fucking hard that they're driving the MM's total volatility exposure across the whole chain positive, which is which is crazy. Wouldn't singularity? I mean, I don't know. It's still negative for now. So we'll see how it goes. Like they got it back under control a little bit after the after Friday's expiration, right? Like 200 million. Like it pulled back like but well, almost 250 million. Um but I have a feeling that, you know, we're going to see it keep moving up, right? Because they're going to keep selling they're going to keep selling puts. Any bearish things on the horizon that could bring us down to 4,700 by next week? Next week? I mean, it's possible, but this whole thing would have to collapse, which, you know, it hasn't done yet. So we could see a similar flash crash if MM exposure were to flip positive like we saw in 2022. Yeah, I mean, flash crash might not be the right way to put it, but like if you look at like June SLD OPEX 2022, here, I can just pull it up. So if we go back there and look, you know, this was one of the times where their exposure actually flipped positive. And this was following like a rate decision from the Fed. Um but we had these like the market almost crashed here, right? This put a lot of pressure on the market. There was a couple times that year where we almost crashed, and we saw that MM exposure turn positive. And one was here, the other was here in October, and then the last one was here in December on the YCC change. I don't know why that got bigger. It's like Epic Pen getting more excited. And we saw a brief moment of it in March on this. But just really brief. It was like one day where it turned positive, and it was kind of right here, the big volume moment, and then it started to kind of like pull back, and you know, indexes recovered, and that was really it. We had some spikes. Like we got to what's interesting is that currently MM exposure is less negative. More positive than it was at both the bottom of September and the bottom of October of 2023. So while these were significant, and they both started seeing that market maker exposure move towards positive, they were less positive than we are now. I think someone tried to sell puts. Oh, yeah, looks like it. Mm, hold on. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, someone did. About 20 million in premium. Hey, but it works. It shorted VIX. That's weird. Oh, maybe someone sold calls. Hmm. I think someone might have sold calls there. There's some put selling, but I think there's a bigger move on the call sell side. VIX dropped same time SPX. Fucking everything's just crazy now. So yeah, so it's something we're watching because it creates like a risk-free arbitrage opportunity on QQQ. Um and it fucks up the options pricing. My worry is that we're somehow not accounting for QQQ's like kind of split interest because now it has the like what are they like the 0.78 strikes and the 0.00 strikes. And I'm worried that that divergence is somehow fucking up our data. But it shouldn't be because both of those strikes all exist on the same chain. Also, it's something that we see elsewhere. Where was it? I was looking at these last night and I found. Oh, yeah, on IWM, which sometimes has a lot of correlation with QQQ. We also see, like the index moving up and that dealer exposure also moving up. Except here, we've seen the effect of like vol shorting over the last 3 days, where which I guess we have on QQQ as well. SPY, it doesn't appear to be very apparent at all, though. Like Vega exposures on SPY seem pretty normal. I mean, they've increased a bit over the last few days. Some of the exposure fell off on the expiration, like last week's expiration, but not. It wasn't a big move like QQQ. And what's interesting is that QQQ should be theoretically very rate sensitive, right? Like big tech which relies heavily on debt, should be really sensitive to rate changes, and it's not because the Mag 7 specifically have a lot of cash. But the rest of tech doesn't. The rest of tech is, it's an industry dependent on leveraging debt into future returns. Sometimes those returns take a very, very long time to be realized, right? And so, most tech companies are deeply in the red for years and years and years before they ever turn a real profit. And as those companies need to refinance, especially the tech companies that refinanced or like took on debt at the beginning of the pandemic, um you know those bills are going to be due, right? And they're going to need to refinance those like this year. Like, there's a lot of like short duration taken in 2020, like 2020 through 2021, um that's going to be coming due soon. So we're not going to see Google employees having 5-star meals at work anymore. Probably not. Google's been laying off people like crazy. I heard you mention before that the pump before the COVID crash almost ended your trading career. What happened? Okay, so when COVID first broke out in China, I started following the news on it pretty closely, and kind of tracking the spread, right? As some of you know, I started off my educational career as wanting to be a doctor, and so it was very interesting to me, and I was just kind of like into following the news on it. And it became more and more apparent that it was highly contagious and not very lethal, which is like the perfect recipe for a pandemic, right? Because if its lethality isn't high enough, it can't It's not likely to kill off the like infected population, and then that makes it more likely to spread. And I'm like, wow, fuck, if everyone gets this shit, it's like SARS, it's going to be really bad. And so I kind of bided my time, and then I think we got the first case, I think it was in Oregon in the US in like December of 2019. And I was like, oh fuck, this is going to spread like wildfire in the States. Even in China, most people like wear masks anyway because of the pollution and stuff. And people tend to like not socialize out of like their family circle or like close friend groups, right? Whereas Americans tend to socialize a lot more broadly. And I started building up like a short position on SPX because I was like, oh, once everyone starts getting infected, the government's gonna have to intervene, or the CDC. And so I started shorting SPX, and I started taking pretty big positions on it, and the market just fucking ripped. I mean, it did. I kept DCAing and pulling money out of other accounts and putting it in to keep my margin up, and DCAing more and more and more. And I almost got margin called like right at Feb OPEX 2020. I actually should have gotten a margin call, but by the following Monday morning, prices had dropped enough that I didn't. So like by market open, I'd gotten out of it. um, and yeah, then it dropped, and I got really. But the fucking pump from like the point, I think from the point like banks knew the economy was going to be fucked, all the way to the point where they actually started dumping everything. Jesus, the market ran. I could go back and look, but I think the market ran up from like October of 19 to Feb, 18.5%, which isn't really too different than what we're seeing right now. And it wasn't even that good of a thesis. Like, I didn't know what our response was going to be. I didn't know we were going to have lockdowns. I had no idea how it would affect the economy. I just knew it would create a lot of fear, right? Especially because we'd been in a bull market for so long, all the way from like 2016, really. Um, there was a lot of volatility shorting, so I knew that was going to have, get exposed a little bit as fear increased. And I expected the market to drop. I mean, not a ton, but like maybe 10-15% correction. Obviously it went far more than that, but yeah, that was a fucking wild ride. I've learned a lot of lessons about over leveraging shit since then, but it worked out. I think the COVID crash lost 54% from the peak. Was it worse than now? I mean, well, think about it this way. If banks are going to fail at the 10-year at 5% in October, and I'm right about that, and I think mathematically I am correct, then we've seen SPX move up from the low of October 19.5% in 3 months. How much did you make off the COVID crash? A lot. How many zeros? I had out of the money SPX contracts that went to like 127,000 per contract. And they were dead. They were down like fucking 87% when it started crashing. How many contracts did you have? I had like 300, almost $300,000 worth of exposure with margin to the short side. And because of when I started accumulating the position, most of it was out of the money, and so I just kept averaging that down. But I mean, if I'd missed by another like 2 weeks, I would have been fucked. I would have lost everything. I would have had to go back to work. So there was some luck involved with that one. I won't say there wasn't. I positioned really badly for it. I've since learned lessons about that, and I don't do that anymore. I'm definitely not as aggressive as I used to be in my positioning. What would you have to start seeing to repeat that now? I don't think I would repeat that. I can hear the stress in your voice. It wasn't a fun time. You just wake up every morning and the fucking index was up another 1%. It was absolute bullshit. And like the news cycle just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse, and no one gave a fuck, right? Kind of like right now, like I said, there's some similarities. There's like similarities in market participant behavior, right? Like everyone, like a lot of the reason we ran before the COVID crash, I mean, aside from the fact that I think like informed participants, you know, start clawing back like short sell lending and getting prepared to sell off, which is like generally that risk off behavior initially has a very positive effect. Besides that, um you know, people get caught up in it, right? Like the sentiment of the mob is very easily swayed, right? And it was really similar to now, where you know you had bulls that were like, we're the fucking, we're gods. Look how much money we make just buying calls. This market's never going down. COVID's not a big deal. Like, what do you think they're gonna do? Shut down the American economy, right? And like, I mean, just like now, where like people are like Nvidia to 1,000. You know, people back then were like SPX to 4,000, right? Um, and so, I mean, that's always like probably something that exacerbates shit like this. From like a behavioral economics perspective, the most likely time for a market to crash is when everyone's over invested in it, right? When the upside trade is as overcrowded as it can feasibly be, that's the best time to pull the rug. Because if you're an institution, I mean, you understand that if you pull the rug when prices are low, like say you're BlackRock and you're holding, you know, uh fucking 5% of every corporation in the US, you're not just going to dump that, right? Because your slippage would be terrible. And so you want to, if you're going to dump it, you want to ensure that the liquidity, like There's enough liquidity in the market to absorb it so that you really get out at the top with minimal slippage, and then you can buy back in after it's all, you know, all said and done. Steps to a market mania, new paradigm technology, massive price rise, euphoria, no caution, smart money exits, panic. Yeah, exactly. What's the top of Netflix? Asking for my dead put spread. It broke back up into its into its like 2021 channel. Or yeah, well, into its bull channel. So, I mean, this isn't the 20, this is the 2021 one. Well, it's close, right? That's almost it. It's almost at its like 2021 levels. It's still pretty far from its all-time high, but yeah, Netflix could definitely just keep going. Its current market capitalization is like 250 billion. And their revenues are arguably more consistent and better than AMD's or Nvidia's. Is it sold calls keeping us going from going through 4,900? No, not really. There's just not a lot of call interest above 4,900. And there's probably a lot of call selling going on as we approach 4,900. But we've still probably got about an hour. I don't know, we got the auction coming up, so I'd imagine they're going to push as hard as they can into that, and then we'll see where we land. Right now, we could go as high as like 49.10, maybe. There's a little bit of call interest there. But I mean, that provided that nobody starts selling a shitload of puts. That's the problem with the big breakout levels when we're above Vega neutral, is that when we hit them, everyone tries to go synthetic long and push the breakout. And part of doing that's selling a bunch of puts. And that's why we keep getting these like hard rejections off of the 4,900 breakouts. Was your one less home friend long on Netflix? He was. He got burned. He kept going long. That was like at the end of 2021. He kept going long Netflix after the pullback, and he blew up like fucking 700 or $800,000. And he wasn't supposed to be playing it at all. Like his job specifically does not allow him to trade equities. How much theta did you have on your COVID short positions? June. There were like June leaps for the most part. I had some March expiration stuff, and then the majority of stuff had been rolled out to June. But I started buying Jan, so I'd had to roll. I rolled the position a few times. How would you have approached the COVID crash, knowing what you know now? Sounds like it was a huge step to bankrolling your trading career. I would have been a lot more patient with my entries. I would have probably confirmed the downside before taking on the majority of the positioning that I had. I would have gotten more theta. I would have gotten more exposure to vol. I incidentally ended up with a lot of exposure to vol, but it wasn't initially intentional, right? It only ended up being that way because the market went up so much and I kept averaging down. But yeah, I mean, those are a few things. I would have sold a lot more, a lot more puts against my position in order to like offset decay and trim the losses down and reduce the impact on margin. I'd love to know what might cause Nvidia to sell off precipitously. Bad earnings or bad guidance. How much has derivatives volume increased since then? Like fivefold? It's ridiculous. Netflix's earnings report wasn't very good. They missed technically. It's a pleasure being all-time high with you. Thanks, Ben. You too. How did scalping play a role in it? I mean, I scalped what I could, but the contracts were. I mean, once VIX is above 30, short dated contracts on SPX are not fucking cheap. Mostly I scalped upside moves because they were arguably more violent than the downside moves after a little while. There were days where we went up and down like 10%, which, to put that in perspective, that would be like SPX right now bouncing between like 4,900 and 4,500. Do you think we will have something like that COVID crash this year? I think it depends. I think that's a possible outcome to where the Fed is headed, where we get like a big crash. I think the Fed would like to avoid that, and I think the best way for the Fed to avoid a really big crash is probably to try to keep rates as high as they can for as long as they can, and really hope that inflation doesn't gear up. But right now we already have a supply shock effect, and we haven't started to really feel it in inflation prints. Um, we've got a shift in healthcare methodology coming in May, and oil's starting to move up again, right? And so remember that the biggest reason nat gas also the biggest reason nat gas is down is because European reserves have been well stocked. Now, all of the nat gas that comes into Europe comes in through the Suez Canal, right? And usually from like Madagascar, east coast of Africa, Middle East, right? So all of that nat gas is generally coming through the Suez Canal, and now it can't. And the cost of shipping fuel between the Middle East or East Africa and Rotterdam, which is going to be the primary port that those tankers are going to, is now up like 300 to 400% in shipping costs, right? Um, Now winter over the last year was pretty mild, and we didn't see a lot of demand on that gas. But if those European reserves start depleting and they can't be filled quickly, that's going to create a lot of speculation on that gas, if nothing else. The meme 7 is up 200 billion this morning. Is this starting to become a bubble? I mean, yeah, kind of, right? I mean, it's already been a bubble. It's really just peaking. Crashes aren't allowed in election years though. Yeah, like 2000 and 2008. Ironically, most of our recent crashes have been in election years. 2020. As somebody who works in the supply chain, I've seen more suppliers miss in the last 3 months of delivery than I had in Q2 of 2020. Yeah, and that takes a little while for all of that increased pricing to bleed over, but when it does, it's gonna fucking hit the consumer like a brick. And I mean, I kind of like actually hope that the Fed has not cut rates when that happens, because inflation will get really, really fucking bad. Like, I could see it spiking higher than it did in 2021, and like following the Russian Ukraine conflict. And the worst part is we haven't really done anything to curb it, right? I've been told that we have 4 more years of pump. Nice. I mean, freight rates are already going up. Did you guys see those charts I posted last night of passage through the Suez Canal? You remember when everyone was freaking out about like the Ever Given being stuck and blocking the canal? So this is that, except it's been going on for fucking 45 days. I missed the pics of the Suez Canal on the Discord. Hold on, I can pull them up. There. Uh, so this is the Bob Al-Mandeb Strait, which is the kind of the entrance on the Red Sea to the Suez Canal, right? And you look over time, and like here in April 21, I think that was where we were dealing with like the Ever Given shit, and it was stuck. So there's a little bit of a dip there, but it doesn't last very long, right? And then, for the most part, you know, shipping stayed pretty consistent even through the pandemic, right? And then look at the last fucking 2 months. Right, and then we can look at the Suez Canal itself. Right, same thing back here with the Ever Given, like right here in April 21. Um, and then stays pretty steady. There was a drop off from prior to like Jan 19 with the trade war thing, but that corrected itself. And then this is passage through the Suez Canal over the last 3 months. It's almost 4 months actually. So now the cost of transporting naphtha, which is this is an interesting one too, uh, from the Middle East to Asia, has tripled from 30, like almost tripled from $30,000 a day to $83,000 a day, and that's used to manufacture plastics and gasoline. Zeros in the JPO 2 year is up 136%, along with the 10 year up 10%. Yeah, they changed their CPI target for their monetary policy last night. Is this why we were going long AMKBY? Well, that's why I went. One of the reasons I went long AMKBY. Also, I felt it was kind of undervalued, and it seemed like a good bet in both directions. Like we dodge a recession, and the bullwhip trails off, and manufacturing picks up, shipping picks up, or we get supply chain disruptions out of Israel and shipping costs move up. So it seemed like a win-win either way. Give me 1 second. I think someone's here. Oh, all right, I'm back in time for it. 5-year auction coming up. How's momentum? Okay. So yeah, the 5-year auction could push momentum negative here. Potentially. Be a pirate, buy poots, shoot boats, profit. Jesus, Gherk has more people at his door than Three's Company. I mean, I get everything delivered. So I have, grocery deliveries, water deliveries, food, like to-go food deliveries. Any items I buy, clothes, shit like that. Most of the delivery guys will come up to my apartment. I don't have an RO machine. I do have taps, but I have like a water cooler. I don't want fucking warm water. Gross. Have you seen new research on how much microplastic is in bottled water? Not from the bottle itself, from the filtration process. No, I haven't. You need an assistant for what? To answer my door? I also have like overly social neighbors. Ocean freight rates are getting hit by a seasonal uptick before Chinese New Year plus Red Sea. Yeah. Yeah, there's been a lot of cancellations because of Chinese New Year coming up. I mean, I feel like I'm probably already full of microplastics. Has there been any evidence that they're actually dangerous? No Middle Western consumer sentiment rep. Microplastics aren't the thing making me fat. It lowers T. Thanks, Alex Jones. Does anybody have an actual like medical study? Red candle. I don't know if there's a tail yet. I don't have the data. Yield was 5.035. Or, I'm sorry, 4.035 before the auction. Where's VIX going? Perfectly normal up market behavior. Hmm. Bid to cover 2.31. That's not great. Okay. Actual is 5.5. So 20 bips. So bounce on trend, rocket to 49.25. We'll see. Let me see if call buying has stopped. It hasn't. Not yet. Although ES sellers may not give a shit if we break back below 49.25 ES. Still a ways to go there, but volume is picking up. Definitely resistance here at 4,900. Top end of the yield curve moving up. 20-year 4.5. 10-year 4.16. I think we have another big auction tomorrow, too. Nice. It's almost like those three things are highly correlated, Dork. Ooh. I keep forgetting that you have my new thing on there. The sexy indicator. Yeah, it's 0.035 to 0.055, Dork. Yo, Guantanamo Bay. I don't think this market is ever going down, which is kind of cool. I hear you. Where could we drop to here? There's a bunch of levels we need to lose. But let's say potentially we did lose them. 48.75 possibly. Maybe lower. There's a call wall here at 90 or at 4,900 and then another at 90. So there's gonna be some downside support. Pretty much all the way to like 48.80. There's a little bit of downside support, but if we were to fall under 48.80, then it really kind of like gamma flattens out and the range opens up a lot. On longer dated positions, kind of the same deal. Like a bunch of resistance. Longer dated, you have 75 to contend with. But under 75, it opens up. Right now, I would say that we're more concerned with seeing it slip 4,900, 49.90, or 48.90. I'm waiting for the market to weaken more before I buy long dated puts. I either want gamma neutral really close to the money, or I want to be under gamma neutral. Have we seen any de-risking at these levels? Possibly, but I don't think we're seeing it on I don't think we're seeing it on indexes so much as we're seeing long vol pull back on the underlyings. I mean, if the constant flow of buy pressure lets off at any point, which it hasn't done since like 10:45 this morning, but if it lets off at any point, then we could see a bigger drop. They really got the god algo tuned to the upside today, so they're definitely there's definitely going to be a push. So this position's going to get burned, which will require futures selling off. Which futures are doing. So and we're not leaving behind a lot of gaps on the drop either, which is possibly a good sign. Did we fall lower than the trend line? Yeah. This one. Hmm. Yes, is still fighting with 49.25. We really want to see the index push away from the 4,900 level, because that's where the majority of like call interest is. I love how VIX has been almost completely flat through this drop. Yeah, yeah, through the dropping part. Just going up all the way into it though. From a mechanical standpoint, what do you think happens when the 10-year hits 5%? I mean, it hit 5% before. Just tapping it's not going to do anything, but a period of being above 5% for a while would put a pretty significant amount of bank assets at risk. Probably enough where we would start to see some banks move into receivership again. Well, they're selling a bunch of puts to try to turn the price action around. So we'll see how that works out for them. Why wouldn't bulls want to take profit up here and let it drop to reposition? Because they're stupid. No, because there's more to the pump than simply it being up, right? I mean, go back and look at intraday price action in 2021 in like a real bull market that was moderately healthy, despite being driven by huge amounts of fiscal stimulus, right? And you know you will see none of this behavior, right? You know you will see high tests and then profit taking and then drops, recoveries from drops, more profit taking, then you know further recoveries, right? Um, None of this just like straight up fucking scallop bullshit with no drawback and nobody ever taking profit. But Gherkin, they said rate cuts in March. Ah, ha, 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 ha. That's gonna trim back now. I wonder how much. I'll have to look at that at the end of the day and see what the fucking Fed Watch tool says. It's not about bulls wanting to be right. It's that zero DTs incentivize call selling over buying, call and put selling. Well, next time don't sell puts above Vega neutral, and that won't happen to you. The direct effect of the put selling. That's kind of funny. Still need to lose 90. I like how you talk to institutions, how I talk to my 3-year-old. Well, they're fucking dumb, right? I mean, most asset managers probably have no clue what the market maker positioning is. They'll just be like, market makers are delta neutral. Which is sometimes true, but not always, right? Um, and they'll just, you know, they'll just buy like price going down, need to save position, go synthetic long, right? That's what makes sense. And so they just enter the first position readily available. They just don't realize, right? I'm sure there's participants that are well aware as well. I mean, there obviously are, but there's definitely participants that are not, and they just throw money at the market because it's not easy being green, Red Ranger. If banks need a rate cut in March, we'll get one. The Fed doesn't decide and have never done that. Yes, they have. I would argue that the Fed has blown up more banks than anybody. I would argue the Fed has blown up more banks than banks themselves. Just using JPM's SMA model. Well, the problem is banks are naughty, right? And they don't want to tell Papa Central Bank all of the juicy deets, right? And so sometimes those banks are smuggling risk into their sock drawer, and every once in a while the Fed comes in and they find it and they're like, "What's this?" And the banks are like, "Oh, whoops. Might be a little over leveraged there. Quick, someone write bank erotica." Shut up. I'm going to start a savings and loan. Explain banks. They hold all your money and they use your money to make money. And if you need your money, they'll try to make sure that they have the money that you need to spend. But if you need all your money, that might be a little difficult. And in return for letting them make money with your money, they give you a little bit of that money. Basil Accords, same like Basil Suggestions. It can pick up momentum after 90. 90 is the last like really big call wall, and then they start to kind of fall off a little bit after that. So yeah, if it breaks below this, it could pick up momentum towards 80. And then a breakdown of 75, really not 80, but a breakdown of 75 would be a little bearish. So we'd still need to move down quite a lot to see this turn like negative on the day. Effectively though, this is resistance right here. Now if VIX continues to turn up and they continue to try to sell puts at the bottom of this, they're gonna fuck themselves because Vega neutral's still back at 48.50. No one takes profit ever. I'll let you know if the call buying stops. It hasn't. Out of the money call buying is still consistently going on. Despite the delta of those calls falling off really hard, they have not stopped buying them. And we are at probably the strongest downside resistance here. They're doing you a favor, so don't ask any questions. Exactly. So have you read through the BTFP documents? Seems like there's confusion if there will or won't be a 1-year extension. There'll be an extension if the Fed extends it. If the Fed extends it, I'm probably going to buy calls. Like a lot of calls. I don't think the Fed should extend it or really is in a position to, but they could because, they're not that smart either. It sounds like I should go take all my money out before everyone else does. That's how you get bank runs. And let me tell you, most of those banks don't have enough money to cover more than a 50% drawdown from depositors. Several of them are only insuring like 60% of the total deposit or 40% of their total deposits. So I would say, as a whole, the banking system's about half as sufficiently liquid as it should be. Well, yeah, I think it's illegal to call for bank runs in most countries. That would be very bad. Although technically, isn't that what like the MicroStrategy guy did? I guess it helps to be a billionaire. Billionaires can call for bank runs. Yeah. They're making so much money on all those 3% 30-year jumbo mortgages. Greg, it would adversely hurt their earnings if they hedged appropriately. People don't know how to value banks as it is. It's true. I must say, civil disobedience through stuffing money under your mattress isn't illegal. True. Also true. But you lose all your money if your house catches on fire. Isn't there a law where it makes it so that banks don't invest in risky speculations? There used to be. Clinton and Trump got rid of a lot of those. Ah, yes, we regulated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. In securities analysis by Graham, he says he does not recommend trying to decipher a bank's financial statements and recommends not speculating on banks collapsing. He says steer clear of banks. I know. One should steer clear of banks, even more so if they've collapsed. Now, Graham would have some different feelings on preferred shares in banks, but that's another story. We regulated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. Same like Boeing, no safety issues. There's some similarities. The call buying hasn't stopped. I will say, if this rally doesn't go high enough, though, on the back end of this, futures could slip further. Put selling. Tenure is going higher. Yeah, it is. I mean, we're seeing the impact of that more on vol than on equity pricing right now, at least. Did you just tell us if it doesn't go up, it could go down? Well, it depends on how much it goes up. Then it could still go down. Like if futures doesn't hold the 49.25 level, we could still keep moving down. There's almost as much volume in this pump over the last like few minutes as there was in the entirety of the drop. So, and it has not realized a higher high, right? Or even a similar high. Which means there's still some sellers. And yeah, if futures doesn't hold 49.25 here, then we could see it move down and retest 49.20 again and try to push down to the lower levels. I don't think the refunding announcement's very important. I would expect that they're gonna. Well, I expect they should, given the state of RRP, start tuning up the duration a bit. But that doesn't mean they will. Like it'll have an effect on markets regardless of which direction they choose to go. But I think the overall like effect doesn't really matter that much. The problem is the constant issuance. I don't think the duration's such a big deal. Do they do the same strategy with NASDAQ and its vol index? Do they also sell puts on SPY and QQQ? Yes. Except like, well, yeah. They definitely short volatility on both. Uh Inherently, um QQQ is more concentrated, and so it tends to have higher volatility. Do they have that on WeBull? No. Where are all your VixRQ jokes right now? Hey, JFresh, are you around, man? You tilt your monitor down and to the right, so the SPX feels the momentum more. But we're doing great. We got rejected under 48, 49.25 on futures, right? We're retesting that 49.20 level, just like I said. This is awesome. If we don't double bottom here, and we actually get the breakdown, this has a lot of potential for continuation. Like that's the bearish outcome for that bounce. Now we could get another bounce, and then that would, the outcome of that would still be an unknown, but if they can't sell puts to lower VIX, they have to sell calls. Yep. But then how did they get the price action they want? This is the problem. Mechanically, it's a big problem. We're above gamma max, right? So you need to buy delta to drive the price up anyway. If you sell puts and try to reduce the cost of buying that delta, you push the longer vega, right? So the starts hedging against you. And so you run into a situation where like the benefit of the market maker's dip buying is turned against you by the positions you're taking. They could always just buy the underlying. And this is the problem that we've seen over a lot of the last year and a half. No one wants to buy that shit, man. God. Wait till bulls figure out they can just pump the fuck out of futures. Ooh, no. So if they start pumping futures, the MM's just gonna start dumping their gamma hedge on them. The more they pump it, the more of the gamma hedge they're gonna dump, right? Gamma max is a bitch. So buying puts provides liquidity to the MM and neutralizes the hedge. So I mean, the MM's still gonna hedge those puts, right? But they don't. They themselves don't have to go long vega. Someone else is doing it for them. But I mean, the purpose of this mechanically is that it incentivizes the buying of puts, right? The upside becomes disincentivized, the downside becomes incentivized from a pricing perspective. It's stupid to buy a call here, right? But it's smart to buy a put. And the MM's positioning in that regard is a driver of that that shift in momentum. Apple reduced guidance, trading near all-time high. I would really love to buy that piece of shit at that price. Totally a once-in-a-lifetime buying opportunity. They reduced guidance twice, Dork. They were like, hey, we're not doing as well as we thought we would. And then they were like, hey, we're doing even worse than we thought we were doing before. All-time high. To be fair, Apple's subject to its own idiocy, right? Like a lot of market participants just come in and they're like, I'm gonna buy some Apple. Look at me, I'm an investor. Can't lose my money in Apple. I've got an iPhone. Everyone I know's got an iPhone. But what they don't realize is that companies are priced on forward earnings, not the iPhones they've sold in the past. Pickle jar cult? Bullish? Maybe. I mean, are we going to have $1 trillion valuation, dork? If cults are bullish, yeah, that'd be cool. What are we going to do with all the influence? Not the money. We can blow that. In case you missed it, red candle Gherk. Yeah, I've been here the whole time, man. I know. Shill shrimp? Maybe. Yeah. Well, first we're going to buy Djibouti. Well, of course. Is it illegal to buy a country? Are you going to start auditioning for a bull personality to diverse your weekend streams? I can't hang out with someone like that. I'll just be, yeah, I'll just be Gork when it's needed. Woe is me. Put my pickle in my jar. I got called away on business meetings at 12:56. Couldn't place my trade. Sad. I'm sorry to hear that, man. It happens, but there'll be other opportunities. It's called a coup and it's classy. Well, no, I mean like non-violently. Has anybody ever just bought a country? Like you just go to the people who have the country and you're like, hey, I'd like to buy this. I can see the UN having a problem with it, but who cares what the UN thinks? Yeah, but they don't really own the country. They don't want to run it. I want to run the country. USA bought with beads. No, the USA was bought with blood. Lots and lots and lots of blood. Manhattan was bought for beads and then blood. So we could get the beads back. Well, the Dutch. It wasn't really, you know. No one likes the fucking Dutch. Louisiana Purchase. They got money. That wasn't a country, though. That was just part of a territory. Like, it wasn't a declared country yet. It wasn't like its own independent nation state. It was the French's, and they were like, yeah, we don't want that land because it's behind yours. And it's a swamp. And while the best real estate deal in the history of mankind, still a swamp, right? Like if we had it, if we'd left it to the French, maybe it'd be better. I'm Dutch. Hate me. Would you like a smoke and a pancake? Tell what to the Sioux Nation? Bong and a Blintz? Excuse you, there's plenty of Louisiana that's dry sometimes. I'm not. Don't make me go there. We can have our very own Quebec. Oh god. Do it? Well, I was gonna say, have you tried rubbing it the right way? You might find that Louisiana is not as dry as it appears on the surface. His Farger? Yeah. Surely the call buying would have fallen off by now. Nope. Like a genie in a bottle? Don't ever insult Christina Aguilera. Oh, okay. I almost bought a 48.85 put near the top today, but I didn't want to get wrecked. Oh well, I didn't need that money anyway. I rub it all the time, so it's always damp, especially in job interviews. Anyway, I'm still unemployed. Could someone give me resume help? I'm noticing Jen didn't make it in today. Well, she's not offended yet, but she may be here. Is it a library holiday? Are there different library holidays, like bank holidays? We got some room. We need to go down more. What the fuck is with VIX 1287? Is this like the square root of something important? Why is this a fucking resistance level? National Shushing Day? Jen and I tried to buy the same puts and get hurt. I see. Maybe she's here but checked out. That's possible. Probably around the time we talked about rubbing Louisiana till it got wet. It's a VIX fib retracement of the 2009 double oscillating cup and handle. God damn it, Dork. I mean, just seriously though, like how many times have we how many times has VIX 1287 been a really hard arbitrary resistance for no apparent reason? Checked out? It's a library joke. Ha! I got it now. Hey man, the fibs don't lie. Fuck you. God damn it. Yes, they do. I stopped out for a 30% gain. I could have held more. Oh, yeah. I have puts, don't I? They're still underwater. I need this to go down 10x. Where's Jensen to crank my soft goods when I need him? The ads are censoring the stream. Perfect. Vic needs some chuggas to push past 12.87. Oh, we're at 12.88 now. Higher VIX. Awooga. I thought it didn't matter. You probably know this, but I'm a heavy user of fibs and harmonics, and I think they're quite useful. I think you don't understand math or chaos. Why would you take a natural ratio and apply it to a... You know what? I'm not going to get into it. If I was a simple VIX short, I would just de-risk all over the other participants on new lows. But the story changes if I'm also a big institution who needs earnings support from the equity side. Yeah. The Fibonacci spiral, brah. I don't think anybody actually uses fib spirals. Like, that's just a joke, right? It's like GAN boxes. I've never seen anybody use a GAN box in real life. I've seen it on Twitter in earnest. Gross. Like the secret to the markets is a seashell. I mean, yes. Wondering about the 1287. 13 times 99 cents. Oh, shit. Uranus is the only planet in retrograde right now. I'm just saying. You don't need to. Did you see the moon cycle chart that I sent to JFresh? There's an indicator that someone built on TradingView where you can track moon cycles. Its correlation with OPEX is impressive. You know, the market's being dominated by animal spirits. It's not the worst idea, right? You can't buy shares of VIX. ROI on moon cycles is probably better than trying to look at the macro. All of the signals on it are buy. It's like do nothing and then the next signal is buy. So I'd imagine it's had a lot of success over the last year. You'll summon Stefan back with that talk. Here's the secret. He never laughed. That's the premise of the movie Pi, directed by Aronofsky. Fibs unlock the secrets of everything. Good movie, but a movie. Was Tom Lee using the moon cycles to predict SPX 5000? Maybe. But I haven't heard about Zimajewski scores in so long. Yeah, it's been a minute. The movie is good, and before the line and bars tracking price. Didn't Tom Lee predict a 7% move down before March 2024 a week or two ago? I have no idea. I don't pay attention to the things Tom Lee says. They're just a fixed ratio support resistance bar. That's it. They don't mean anything. You could just use supports and resistances. They're arguably more accurate over a longer time frame. Way more accurate. VIX's 1287 is 13% below 13, and that's the extent of my market knowledge. How does one go from being Pamela Anderson's husband to predicting S&P movements? Hepatitis. If you use smoky quartz to align the chakras of the fib retracement, they get way more accurate. I prefer a more homeopathic approach. I like to sage the room before I put fibs on the chart. You want to drive away the evil spirits? Why is there a 487.50 strike on SPY for this Friday? Crime? Are there calls here at 85? There's calls everywhere. They haven't stopped buying them for a second. In fact, they may be buying even more of them currently. See, that wasn't super bullish, though. But it is telling me ops. Damn it. What? Oh, it takes the cumulative cost? That's weird. How much should I fill on that for? Okay. That's really strange. It takes like the cumulative cost of the call position. Oh man, Tesla kind of looks like a bag of shit. I want to sell some of this exposure. Do I have too much downside exposure? Maybe I should take some profits. Hmm. I feel like this is like something like this has happened after every big move up we've had. Chimichurri for Jiaosan? Or chimichurri for steak? I do like chimichurri a lot. What the fuck did I use a day trade on? I haven't closed anything. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Hmm. Was I wrong about my available day trades? No. Alright. Odd. Very odd. Ooh, my AI puts are back up again. Is that piece of shit finally dumping? Sweet. No, I didn't purchase anything in the pre-market. For some reason, buying that extra 48.95 call triggered a day trade, and I'm not sure why. Who do you miss more? Craig, Monster Buddy, Shits and Fards, Hazy, Emergency Exit, Frag, Moonwind, or Bipolar Bear? I only miss Frag. And Bipolar Bear's still here. So is Moonwind. Do you miss me, Glorp? Yeah. I'm at 1 now. If Moonwind's still here, why aren't we talking about barely in the money sold GME calls every week? Probably because he got assigned at some point. Kendra is around on occasion. What about McLovin? What if they're all the same person? That's what scares me about the internet. I mean, I feel infinite sadness for McLovin. Cobra, you're still here. What if all of us are the same person? Jesus. No, I have 90-95 spreads, not I don't have 89 I sold a call against the spread. So I opened a debit spread um at 95.90. But it's not opposite. I'm long the 95 call on the credit spread also. Right? So I just went long another call. That shouldn't have triggered a day trade. We're all just Jensen's H100 array sent to keep you company. No, it's working. I mean, I can't complain. Jimmy goes down. Gork, my calls are dead. Jimmy goes up. Gork, my CCs are fucked. Yep, there's no winning. I haven't played Pokemon with guns yet. I won't be here for long. I did something really bad at 4,800. Did you full port puts? Yes. Better sign up for some more credit cards. Still call buying? Yeah. Actually, yeah. Are you gonna play Pow World and stream it? I don't even know what this is. Hold on. Why does this look like a Chinese gotcha game? It is a Chinese gotcha game? How many in-app purchases are there? Damn it. Hmm. Okay, 80 is the next big deal to the downside here. Oh shit. The call buying stopped. Dork! The algo turned off. Now we can bounce. Get the Twizzlers. Seriously. Now keep going to 4150. I feel like if we're trading at 4900 and you need the market at 4150, that's a you problem. Correct. We aren't anywhere close to red on the day, which is really funny. We're closer to red on the day than we are to the top of the day. Right? Oh wait, that's not even the top. Hold on. This line is all wrong. Oh, that's fucked. Oh, I really need my memory back. Yeah. Gork's Bidet, thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Welcome to Cornishon, people that weren't prior members. My call got stopped and I swapped to puts. I'm not impulsive. You are. Oh, what's QQQ doing? Oh, hold on. Holy shit. My garbage QQQ calls went in the money, or puts. These need to stop. Oh wait, I have to turn off the exercise on these, right? There. I felt like I had some silly meetings. Are we bearish or what? Getting there. Below 80, more so. Below 75, a lot more. Bus it and the gusset. Aw, someone's leaning into the carry trade. That's cute. Just a little bit. Like really, really hard too. I think it's perfectly normal for it to go up 20% in the middle of the day, right? No? You know what I'm bullish on? I'm bullish on the US dollar. Bullish as fuck. I don't need to look at Tesla. Wait, did I get? Oh, no, I didn't get stopped out. 1% all day, 80% drawdown, 90% profit taken. Jesus fuck. Sometimes you just have to be really confident, Dork. You need to believe. You need to believe in the data. How'd you get the risk desk to sign off on this? Oh, Dork wasn't here. Yeah, when I bought those. He was still getting his coffee in the morning. You said they were buying calls. I said they stopped buying calls. I said they stopped buying calls back here. I made a whole big deal of it. I was like, oh my god, they stopped fucking buying calls. I mean, I want to see this shit drop all the way back to Vega neutral. Did I get stopped out on that? Yep. That was pretty good. They're trying to buy the dip back. Um, like they've done a bunch of the big out of the money call buying a couple times since they stopped buying calls. But right now they're still not buying calls. So they're kind of turning it around. Back to 48.75 is pretty good. Well, we're just below Gamma Max now. Um, but yeah, still very much above Vega neutral. And I wouldn't be surprised if the MM would like to be long Vega till they're back below Vega neutral. That's a large driver of the volatility increase today, right? Is all that put selling. Is the MM in the room with us? I mean, figuratively, yes. That sure is a lot of Tesla exposure on the baby port. Yeah, probably a little too much. It's about, yeah, it's probably a little too much. But partially because I hedged it. And its market value's up, right? So it's up like the base cost is what, like 1,700. So I think when I entered it, it was a little bit above 10%. With the hedge on top of it, then it's, like 2,100. I should probably cut the shorter dated put going into earnings and then just leave the hedge open to reduce exposure. Like that would be the smart thing to do. And then the ratio is like 2 to 1. Although there's probably an argument that I should just cut the profitable debit spreads and then leave like the inverse open. Do you have Vega neutral on QQQ? Yeah. Oh. 516.79. It's probably not that high. That might just be like an effective smoothing. Let me see something. All right, later, Dork. No, it's pretty high. Yeah, it's up in like the 500s. Well, because SPX I mean, QQQ Vega neutral was really low until the recent expiration, right, where we started to see all the Vega exposure fall off. Right now, it's just rocketed away from the current price, which is usually really, really super duper bearish. But so far the effect hasn't been realized. On SPX though, we haven't seen any of the like volatility exposure fall off. And so it's still very, very close to the money. On SPXW, or I'm sorry, on SPXW. On SPX, I mean, SPX Vega neutral is still pretty far out of the money. It's up at like 5,000. Can you play the bear sign for my overheld puts? No. Still no buying. Hmm. Is this it? Is this the whole downside? I guess we could keep going. Yeah, I think I'll just close these. And then those, I want to hedge that off. Calls. 85.90. No. 80.85. It's not worth it. Callback's picking up a little bit again. V? V or bear flag? QQQ's a little stronger. IWM looks a little weaker. What the fuck is CrowdStrike doing? Okay, CrowdStrike came back down under resistance. That's kind of cool. Did I fill? call buying's turning back on a bit. It's not going crazy, but did that cancel? Okay, there. I reduced Tesla exposure a little bit. It should be fine though. It hedges off all the premium. How's CrowdStrike priced like that? What the fuck is going on there? Hmm. No, I didn't play SMCI. I saw it. I kind of want to short it. I don't know, leg up to a new all-time high this pump. I don't know. Call buying's not nearly as strong as it was earlier. Seems like things are going to kind of drift down towards this 85 range. 80, 85. I think some of that out of the money positioning collapsed. Yeah, like the 95, 95, 4900 kind of broke down. I mean, Dow has all of this pump has been like tech NW. What's your way of touching grass on a not so good day? I just usually aggressively trade futures with way too much leverage. Piccolo have a strangle on Tesla? What did you do? I don't have a strangle on it. So 4890? 4890 is definitely still in play. 95 a little less so. The largest concentration of interest is between here and 80, so 8580. And we're kind of getting another little bit of put selling here on the move up, which might kill it. I did. I went long as fuck futures last night. I did like MNQ. Yeah, that was pretty good. I got stopped out like 20 points into the run, but I was happy with it. Yeah. Yeah, they kind of need, well, they either need to pump overnight, right? When the hedging isn't as effective, right? Or they need to yeah, buy at and in the money and not sell puts. Delta. They need to buy a lot of Delta. That's the only way to drive this shit up. It's kind of like on GME when it hits Gamma Max, right? Everyone's really encouraged to sell calls because calls are overpriced. So everyone wants to get in on like the call premium, and then no one wants to buy the underlying because calls are also overpriced, right? And so you kind of get a situation where buy side interest is incentivized to collapse. Um, and then puts are really cheap because the market maker is overloaded with them, and so you get a lot of people wanting to buy puts. Well, that's the problem they've had today, right? Is every time they pile, so every time we get like a big resistance test, some dipshit comes in and piles into like, there's probably several dipshits, but piles into like a standard, like the standard like short put long zero DTE position. And this has like no delta. And you're pushing the market maker longer Vega, right? And so it collapses the if you do enough of it, it collapses the call interest. Because you push the market makers, you know, if everything's in balance and you put too much weight to one side. Who would do that? Bulls. Bulls are doing that. Bulls are fucking doing that's just a bulls are doing bullish things. The problem is mechanically where we're at, the effect of doing bullish things is bearish. Like they just started selling puts at the top here, and look, it's already starting to break down. Right? Like they got to the gap, everyone got all excited, fucking bulls started selling puts, and then you get a rejection. Now, the closer we get to Vega neutral, to the downside, the less of an effect that'll have. Right? But you know, you'll also have a bunch of puts that are going in the money. Do bulls not know anything about market mechanics? Very few. I would say. I mean, the vast majority of bulls are like, you know, asset managers and CTAs. And CTAs are basically just desk traders, right? And then asset managers they're just buying shit. They don't give a fuck. They have to buy shit. I think most people in institutional finance don't really look at the stuff we do. CTAs are super overextended to the long side. So yeah, I would imagine that they're probably sellers. Hold on one second. Oh, I'm muted on the stream. Shit, I thought I was just muted on Discord. Usually it's Discord that I forget. XRT is still down today. Oh, I want to see the pricing on my contracts on that before they get weird overnight. Just some pretzels. Okay, so those are up. Weird. TLT looks like it's bottomed for the week. You should look at it. Should probably stop doing TA on TLT. You know we have a 7-year auction tomorrow, right? You don't think it's going to print a tail? It's a pretty big one. TA is really good on some things, really bad on others. It tends to not like volatility. But it should really never be used as a projection tool. It should simply be used as a risk management tool. Bulls stabilize this? They're trying. I mean, 75 is a big resistance, so it's their best bet. Hmm. In the entire history of SPX, it's literally never broken below the 48.75 resistance. True. That was for you, Trash. Thanks for the stream card. That's super awesome. Wow, hey, look at the time. Hmm. I'm trying to sell CSPs on something. You guys buying China stocks yet? No. I don't think $280 billion is going to save their market. Ah, bitch. What the fuck? Hmm. That was kind of bearish. Well, then what the fuck is my buying power, Fidelity? You know what? Fuck this company. Why does Fidelity assume that every put is naked? SPX bearish on Tesla earnings. I hope Tesla shits the bed. Wait, Dork, how is your cost basis lower than me? Is your total cost basis? Hold on. Imagine being full bull today. This is why you can't be blindly bullish. Wall Street Bets is going to be chaos tonight. No doubt Elon says some dumb stuff and tanks the call. You know, there was once a time where Tesla just murdered every earnings. Like, everything could be against them, they'd still beat. Didn't matter. Best accountants on the planet. Tesla was NVIDIA. You know what? Tesla might have been greater than NVIDIA. I mean, no one talks about how Jensen wants to change the world, right? There's no cult there. There is, but it's not as strong. I haven't heard once that NVIDIA is not just a chip company. Actually, that's not true. How low are we dropping? Well, that was resistance. There's not much between here and 48.50. So I would say unless we stabilize, we could keep going down. They're not just a chip company, they're a chip lifestyle. You remind us all the time that they're not a chip company. TSMC makes their chips. Yeah. Todd must be napping. Todd's exhausted. NVIDIA is a chip designer and marking only. I've heard they're a software company, and I've heard someone said they are AI. And I thought that was Chat GPT. I mean, a lot of Tesla's profit margins were due to scale, though, right? Like, the reason Toyota doesn't have insane margins is because they have factories all over the world, right? They have tons of material costs. They're selling, you know, 3 times the number of cars Tesla is. More employees, more overhead. As Tesla scales, though, its profitability is going to go down. Toyotas actually survive winters. Not if you have a Prius. A lot of Tesla's profit was and is also due to carbon credits. Yeah. What are your thoughts on LRCX? I worked for them back when the stock was 25. I'd be a multimillionaire if I didn't get laid off a long time ago. I'd be a multimillionaire if I won the lottery. I don't know shit about them. They make they make parts for fabs. I mean, at least you got to leave Fremont, California, right? That's got to be a win. Let's see, they're up 75% over the last year. I'm going to go with they're probably overvalued, considering their earnings are worse than they were 2 years ago. They are fab? I thought that was that European company. In fact, I can't remember the name of it. Begins with an A. Why did I hedge Tesla? Am I dumb? Should I have predicted the future? I mean, if Tesla beats, it's going to go to 250. ASML, thank you. So we can all just die. I love the bull case on AI. Fuck everyone, right? You can all be homeless and unemployed. AI is the best. I bought a 6DT put earlier that's up 25%. Do you expect things to finally head the other way, or are we still going to create all-time highs next week, in your opinion? In my opinion, we have not fallen enough, not nearly enough, to confirm anything remotely bearish. I would say that holding a put that is up overnight right now, unless it's very deep in the money, is quite risky. If Tesla goes to 250, I'm buying March puts for FOMC the next week and watching it die. Me too. It also trades faster and better than you and will make sure all of your options and close worthless. I read an MIT study yesterday which broke down how AI will actually cost companies more money than human workers. No shit. Is the fear of AI the underlying psychology scaring people into buying NVIDIA? It's definitely part of the marketing for AI. Is, oh my god, this is so scary. This chatbot's gonna rule the world. If AI's all that, why hasn't it taken over yet? Dude on Wall Street's bets is buying 126, 195p for Tesla earnings, and I'm like, dude, Buy the 4 more days. At least give yourself chances. 2 chances. Yeah. Do I hold my 1 DTE SPY 485p overnight? It's up, but Tesla could wreck it. It turned Tesla into a Tesla bet. Is Tesla dead? I don't know how good Tesla's quarter is going to be. So car sales were up, but they had to shut down manufacturing at their plant in Germany. And their sales lagged BYD in China. So there's a possibility they didn't do so well. Also, who the fuck knows what kind of stupid shit Elon's gonna, it really. Here, I'll tell you the deal, Dork. It really depends on how much ketamine Elon's taken before earnings today. AI will become smart and take out the smart people, but it will never be able to replicate the pure stupidity of some people. Therefore, they will be our saviors. You heard about the Roadhouse remake with Jake Gyllenhaal? No. I'll never watch it. We'll announce the 25K entry Tesla again. Maybe. I love how these profits don't make any fucking sense. Like, I sold these contracts for $2.46. There's 3 of them, and somehow I've made $1,200 off of them. But these, I bought for $1.84, and I've lost $1,000. Thanks, B Taco Man. Laughing at thanks, WeBull. Why can't they do fucking math, man? It pisses me off so fucking much. You know what? I think it's time that I buy back these short puts. No, I don't need to. They're already irrelevant. Math is hard, okay? It's not that fucking hard. Crowd's failing. It's 3.5% top. Good. I needed to go below 295 to break even. If Tesla's leadership team was smart, they wouldn't let Elon talk. The price just dumped when he started on how hard the Cybertruck was to make. Of course it's fucking hard to make. It's a DeLorean. Does anybody know why DeLorean wasn't successful as a car company? Because the fucking DeLorean was too hard to make. It's almost like fabricating a car out of stainless steel is really difficult and heavy. Because it didn't actually time travel. Because the owner snorted too much ketamine. I think it was coke back then, but probably. Car kept getting hit by lightning. Yeah, it was made out of stainless steel. So is the fucking Cybertruck. Apparently the Cybertruck has no clear coat either, so if you don't clean it regularly, it tarnishes. That's fucking awesome. Combination of factory location, government subsidies running out, and John Z. DeLorean being a coke smuggler. Yeah, all of those things. I mean, it's kind of like Elon's story, though, right? Like ketamine and government subsidies. Because despite it looking like a sports car, its top speed was 88 miles per hour. Ketamine and government subsidies should be a band. It sounds like a punk band. All Elon needs is a diamond smuggling rap and he's set. He's got securities fraud tucked under his belt, so. I don't know, hamburger helper. The people you know are poor. I know like 10 people that own Teslas. All of them complain about their Teslas. I've heard no FX. It's pronounced Frood in higher circles. Have you ever polished a piece of tarnished silver in your house? Can you imagine cleaning a whole fucking truck? It's a patina and it's classy, okay? The really good thing about the Cybertruck is it's over 6,000 pounds, so you can write it off. You could write off another 6,000 pound truck that's actually a fucking truck. I never said it was a good idea. This end of day bounce, return to 75. Yeah, I guess there's so little time left that it's possible that we see a bigger bounce, but not a ton of call buying on it. Let me see how positioning stacked up. Try to find the secret top. I think the secret top's at about 48.80, 85. And that'll be dependent on if everybody starts buying straddles for tomorrow in the money today. That's what drove prices up into the end of day yesterday. Can I get a super far out of the money call on SPY so I can guarantee it doesn't bounce? Yes, I can. Maybe that's bad. That's better. Gork, the DeLorean didn't have cannonball-proof windows. Just throw a spark plug at it. Who do you think will be the first to mustard etch their Cybertruck? Oh, Jesus. That's fucking... Yeah, someone, right? Wait till they find out in order to get the level of hardness they wanted in the steel, they put too much carbon in, and it's like a Cybertruck gets in an accident and a piece of it shatters and like decapitates the people inside. Expecting a continuation tomorrow? Not necessarily. Although this could be a turning point. I don't think it's confirmed yet. At all. Ooh, CrowdStrike dumping into close. Fucking $300. You guys remember when I was long that shit? At 90 bucks? I thought we fucking killed it when it went to 135. Elon, no one could have predicted these beheadings. It actually makes the Cybertruck more efficient in a way. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm for any safety feature that takes out people who would be willing to buy a Cybertruck in the first place. How do corporations get away with that? $4,919 to expiry is a nickel. I'm fine with my XSP calls. You can't legally resell a Cybertruck? Yeah, it's part of the thing. Well, I think that's just for like the people who pre-ordered, right? For Feb 16th, 290p on crowd, a good choice if you haven't entered yet. I'm not getting any spreads currently. I don't know. I had the upside hedged off on mine, so my cost basis on them isn't nearly as awful as it looks. Could be worthwhile. I think it's probably likely to have some pullback. It's definitely overbought. Some of the Cybertrucks have already gotten into wrecks. The lack of crumple zones is proving to be an issue. 6,000 pounds with no crumple zones. It's like the 1950s all over again. You get in a fender bender and you get the steering column through your chest. XSP is cash settled, yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. This is a cash account, so I can close it, but... Tesla Steel is Martin Siddick taking 300 to 301 steel and giving it a treatment to get the crystalline structure to form. Oh, so it is a death panel. I mean, treatment? You mean drenching it in oil? It's an axe that can move 200 miles an hour. No steering column. Steer by wire? Great for those of us who are just kind of tired of life. Just make sure you have a great insurance policy. See, this is why you need to commit to Pigeon Whale Navy Nuke. You need something bigger than yourself to be a part of. That's good because Bluetooth never fails. I just stopped on my 129 480 50p, $3 of width. Fidelity dropped the bid for a split second, $5 and got me. Lesson learned, set stops. Stops set on bid are never wide enough. I mean, should be careful with things that far out of the money with that much data as far as stops are concerned. How bullish is MMAT's 100 to 1 stock split? Not at all. I still made like 75%. Nice. If you were a real Thomas Train, how mean would you be to Percy the Green Engine? Percy's a really useful engine. You know the engine I feel bad for? That one that they just bricked up in a fucking tunnel. Because he was like driving too fast. And they were like, fuck you. Live in this tunnel for the rest of your life. Henry, yeah. The other red engine. You know there's only 2 red engines? That's dark, man. Dark. I still can't believe that happened. Trains don't die, right? It would have been less cruel if they did, right? They just in there for eternity. You know who's a little bitch? Gordon. Gordon's a little bitch. Yeah, it was Ringo, and then here's one a lot of people don't know. George Carlin, and then Alec Baldwin. No, it was Henry. Henry was the one they blocked up in the tunnel. The shooter guy? Yeah, I guess. I feel like he should be known for more than shooting someone on the set of a movie. Did my fucking order for my puts fill? Okay, that did. Cool. Um, oh shit. The market tanked. No! My XSP calls. How could you do this to me, bulls? Getting bricked up in a tunnel sounds fun. What a fucking embarrassment. I was busy trolling Dork. Dork, my cost basis is gonna go down so much. Then I'll sell $1 covered calls. Bulls checked out early. Yeah, they suck. You know there's a Mrs. Doubtfire one with your face on it, right? Secret top 4850, right? That's on holding 425 QQQ puts expiring Friday overnight. Are you up? Because you're carrying them overnight out of the money. Don't forget. I ran out of settle cash and I tried to go trade in Fidelity. My God, it's actually the worst. Dude, how the fuck is VIX not higher than it was $10 ago? I sold off 9 out of 10. Thinking of letting one ride. Oh. If we close red, I'm gonna kerm. We're pretty close, right? 5 BPS? The gap's almost filled. That was a fucking decent drop. I just needed to drop $270 more in the next 3 days. Are you straddling with 2 DTs? 2 DT on the call side. Longer on the put. Probably go 131 on the put. All right, 5 minutes to pump it all the way back to 80. Go. Nvidia's still up 2.7% and Meta up 1.5%. That's because QQQ is still up 50 basis points. In the famous words of an innocent magical inmate, I'm tired, boss. We haven't filled the gap all the way yet. There's still a little bit of gap left. That's I'm holding 2 DT 483 spy puts. I also sold most, won a couple to ride. All right, then I mean, like if you already took some profits, I don't know what you're worried about. Like you're clearly happy with the profits you've taken, then you don't need to do anything else. Is this the kind of drop where we sell our pets and get another 100 BPS down? Maybe. If this is the top of this stupid fucking run, it could be pretty epic. But yeah, still very far from confirmed. Unfortunately. 2 days or death. All right. Got denied for the next credit card. This better be the top. Time to load up on 0 DTE, 1 minute to close puts. That's 60 for the gap fill? I mean, the market maker is probably very happy closing right here in between the two strikes. If Tesla ran to 250 tomorrow, then 190 the next day, and Krispy Kreme. Yeah, I mean, if Tesla ran to 250 tomorrow, I would buy so many puts on it. When you have all your assets and SPX puts, it's hard to show the credit card guys how I'm actually going to pay them back. They don't ask for that kind of proof. What kind of credit cards are you getting? Ding ding. How bullish do we look now? Less. Yeah, quite a bit less. Bullish Gork winning the day. Fuck that guy. Yeah. Let's see. We fell back into the neutral range and back into the long-term trend on ES, which is kind of neat given that that's a giant megaphone. So, if this was a blow off top, a failure of that could be kind of a big deal. Yeah. All right. GME, piece of crap. Upstart died today pretty hard. That might be it. Might have blown off the excess liquidity it needed to, and now it's getting ready to head back down. Delta neutral's at 30, so break of delta neutral, pretty bearish. Fubo rejected today, came down with Russell. So that's probably done, and also kind of shitty that it didn't top $3. I don't know what that is. Oh, Macy's. Fubo, kind of flat. Beyond up a little bit today, but below $7. Yeah, it doesn't look very good yet either. I'd still wait for that to get back on Reg Show before I get excited. Broad commodities up about 1%. A lot of this is on the back or the hopes that China is going to do better now that they've slowly massaged their financial markets, denied put sellers, and pumped money into them to keep them alive. Not the most bullish financial recovery story I've ever heard, but it's one way of doing things. Dixie turning up into the end of the day today. Pretty sharp reversal starting this morning after the massive downturn last night on the BOJ news and slightly higher EU and German PMIs. Obviously, with a stronger manufacturing PMI and stronger services PMI today, that could be inflationary. Core 3-month and 1 month both turning around a little bit today. Maybe finding a bottom there. Carry trade leaned on pretty heavily. Yield curves kind of contracting, and forward returns on volatility are picking back up. No idea what bond vol looks like because that doesn't print yet. Skew continuing to rocket, so no easing up on the short puts, not yet. VIX correlation almost back at negative 44%, despite the small drop today. The Feb contract only at 1430. I guess 14. This is wrong. 14 with VIX at 13. That could probably pretty quickly go into backwardation if we're going to continue dropping. USD JPY recovered a bit, but not enough. What was the low there? 146. We want to see that continue to break out. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Like if we had the blow off top, and this is the end of it, right? And we fall back below trend here on the daily. That's probably going to be a retest of like the 30. So I'd be looking at a breakdown here to get really bearish. I mean, obviously we have our options data, which is a little bit more accurate than that. You know, we want to see fast gamma neutral breakdown. And yeah, that same technical level would really be like the breakdown of delta neutral on the SPXW contract. At which point that would open up significantly more downside, right? And then a break of DN would be extremely bearish. Tesla finna fall below 200. It's already there. Must have been shit. What were their earnings? I'll just look. Revenue 25.17 billion, estimated 25.87. EPS 71 cents versus an estimated 73. Rough. Let's see if Elon can turn it around with magic words and fake promises. I'm glad I stayed double leveraged to the put side, though. I'm going to enjoy that tomorrow. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great night. Later.